Всем привет. Ну что, продолжаем продвинутый HTML, CSS. Keyframe, accessibility. Короче, responsive design. Сегодня кейфреймы, сейчас точнее. Не знаю, короче, как пойдет. Now let's explore CSS animation using keyframes. This will expand upon your encounter with CSS transitions and delve into a difference between them. Difference between CSS transitions and CSS animations, how to configure animation sub-properties, how to sequence an animation using keyframes. CSS transitions. Animation let you animate elements from one style configuration to another. This sounds familiar. You would have been wrong for thinking, well, that's the point in learning animations if they are basically the same as transitions, but animations greatly expand on some capabilities that transitions simply do not have. A few of the differences include transition were designed to animate an element from one state to another. They can loop, but they weren't designed for that. Animations, on the other hand, were designed for that purpose, of explicitly enabling loops. Transitions need triggers such as the use of pseudo classes like hover or focus, or by adding or removing a class via JavaScript. Animations, on the other hand, do not need such a trigger. Once you have your elements in place and CSS defined, animation will start running immediately if that's what you told it to do. Are not as flexible as using animations. When you find the transition image, you are sending the element on the journey in straight line from point A to B. Yes, the transition timing function can add some variation to the timing of this change, but it doesn't compare to the amount of flexibility added using the animations. All in all, both animations and transition have their use. So in addition to considering the above differences, you should also use best judgment. For example, if you need to change the opacity of an element when it's active, then animation would be overkill. But if you need to carry out something more complicated, animations will provide you with the tools you need. Animation properties. Let's see animation in action to see what we have been talking about. Now that the animation is already running and how it keeps repeating itself, we will cover the keyframes rule at the bottom of our example in a bit, but so far now focus on the actual animation properties used in this example above. Animation duration, name, duration count. This is known as the configuration stage, where we define our animation properties on the bool elements, and it's only the first half of defining an animation. In our example, we have animation duration, 2 seconds. This means that it will take 2 seconds for the bool element to complete one animation cycle. Define the animation name to be change color, which is essential for the keyframes section coming up next. This just because I'm named that it's not particular CSS value. We could have called it pineapples if we so wish, but for our purpose, change colors to it as well. Set the animation iteration count to infinite, which means that this animation will run forever. You wish. Set the animation direction to alternate. Route direction to alternate. This really decides if our animation should alternate direction with the completion of one cycle or is set to the start point and repeat itself. It means that the ball will smoothly change back to its original color instead of jumping straight back to red. Keyframes. Now it's time to tackle the second of our animation definition. The references the change color name. We found earlier, then we use The from to properties to change the background color of ball red to green is important to note that keyframes use a percentage to indicate the times for animation to take place, and that the from and to statements are actual aliases. Respectively, you can read as many at 0 seconds. It's 2 seconds according to our animation duration in our example from above. There's no hard and fast rule on whether or not you should use from to or just pixel and be consistent with it. Also defines one animation cycle. So if we were to change our animation duration count from earlier to 2, then the ball would change its background color from red to green. Then from green to red. And then the animation will stop. Be careful to not to think of one iteration as a complete loop, but rather a single cycle from beginning to end. Or end to beginning when alternating the direction. It's time to introduce the shorthand notation for animation properties and glimpse. Взглянуть. Into the added flexibility of the keyframe notation. Check out the live example below, then have a look at the notation. Better than as a keyframe for when the animation duration is at 50% of 1 second. It means as well as the background color changing to an additional value, we have specified the ball double inside. Just be aware that additional keyframes are always defined in percentages. Hopefully this gives you a glimpse into the power keyframe syntax provides to you when it comes to controlling the animation of an element's properties. You can add keyframes whenever you want, control whatever SSS animation properties you want, and have the control to add some real creative layer website elements. Что тут коды long делать? Make it possible to animate transition from one CSS style configuration to another. Animation consists of two components: a style description of CSS animation and a set of keyframes that indicates the start of the end state of the animation style, as well as possible intermediate waypoints. There are three key advantages of CSS animation. Scripted animation techniques are easy to use. For simple animations, you can create them without even having to know JavaScript. Run well under a moderate system load. Simple animation can often perform poorly in JavaScript. Can use frame skipping and other techniques to skip the performance as much as possible. Letting the browser control the animation sequence lets the browser optimize performance and efficiency by, for example, reducing the update frequency of animations running in tabs that aren't currently visible. Subproperties lets you configure the timing, duration, and details of how the animation sequence should progress. This does not configure the actual appearance of the animation, which is done using the keyframes at rule as described at the beginning. The subproperties of the animation property are Animation composition specifies the composite operation to use when multiple animations affect the same properties simultaneously. This property is not part of the animation shorthand property. The value of the same property. Replace effect. So delay direction in first iteration should be forward or backward. Second duration of an animation applies style to its target before and after it runs. Should repeat. Specify whether to pause or play an animation sequence. Specify an animation transition through keyframes by establishing acceleration curves. Animation sequence using keyframes. After you have configured the animation timing, you need to define the appearance of the animation. This is done by establishing one or more keyframes using the keyframes attribute. Each keyframe describes how the animated element should render at a given timing during the animation sequence. Since the timing of an animation is defined, CSS style that configures the animation keyframes are use percentage to indicate take animation sequence. Is important. Based on specified compute attributes, you can actually continue the starting animation. Animation can use the same space. These are some of the rules I've been using through this article. Duration count. This is special shorthand to learn more about the sequence. Specify using animation. So animation property values. This animation longhand properties can accept multiple values separated by commas. This feature can be used when you want to apply multiple animation to a singular rule and set different iterations count, except for each of the animation. Let's look at some quick examples to explain different permutation. This, for example, there is 3 duration and 3 iteration count values. So each animation assigns a value of duration and iteration counts with the same position as animation name. The fade in out animation is assigned duration count 2. Duration count. Как это выглядит? Second example, the animation names are set, but there's only one duration count. In this case, all 3 animations are given the same duration and duration count. In this one example, the 3 animations specify both duration and duration counts. In such cases where there are not enough values in the list to assign separate one to each animation, the value assignment cycle for the first item in the available list and then cycle back to the first. Привет, Кузурага. Get duration 5, which is the first value. Duration counts value. Нифига себе. А чё так? Ну, жестко. Number animation which party values is inverted. Say there are 5 animation duration values. Shorty values animation ignored. Join dev. Что-то я сказал, что новичкам легче вкатиться сейчас в ВУ. Ну ты же уже не новичок, ты же уже жесткий. Style. The text slides in from on the right edge of the browser window. This can cause the page to become wider than the browser window. To avoid this problem, put the element to be animated in the container set overflow hidden in the container. Да, нормально. Сейчас лайтовый блок. Тут расскажут про accessibility всякие штуки и про responsive design. И потом нода. И вообще в конце жесткие проекты. Messaging App и пародия на Facebook. Но TS я уже вчера выучил. Осталось его научиться применять уверенно. Ну вот тут уже на этих проектах и начну. Так а что ты не хочешь пойти какие-то собесы попроходить? Длинноволосые. Спасибо. Не переходи, иди на собесы по реакту. Что ты прыгаешь от одного к другому, в итоге ты, ни на чем не остановишься. Ну вот, видишь. Четыре штуки аж. Минус уши. Хорошо, что они в наушниках. Когда дело? А что здесь должно было быть? А где он? Ну что это 300 на 300? Что это значит? Да ты круто сделал, реально. Что за components? Че грязный? Хорошо, не буду черпать. А сколько ты его сделал? This simple example element that the text slice denotes the dimension like this can cause the page to become wider. Пару дней на 4 делал. Nice. So, just execute the animation name. We want to custom setting. Could load here as well. Mission fact the cameras are defined using. Это понятно. Ой, я закрыл. Adding another keyframe, let's add another keyframe. So now let's say we want the headers font size to increase. Simple adding keyframes. Nice. American Force. Через alternate. Using animation events. Or can additional control over animations as well as useful information about them by making use of animation events. These events represented by animation event object can be used to detect when animation start, finish, and begin a new iteration. Each event includes the time at which it occurred as well as the name of animation. Present animation event object can be used to detect when animation start, finish, and begin a new iteration. Each one includes the time at which it occurred as well as the name of the animation triggered the event. We'll modify this lining text example to output some information about each animation event when it occurs, so we get a look at how they work. CSS. Call slide in, review 3 times. Adding the animation event listener. Visual script code to listen for all these possible animation events. The code configures our events listeners. Command first loaded. Ладно, давай. As an animation start listener. Тут же standard code. Can you get details on how it works in the condition for the last thing the code does is set the class and then start the animation. Why? Because set the animation start event fires as soon as animation starts. In case that happens before code runs. Because as soon as the animation starts, in our case, that happens before start the animation or starts. Okay. They then get delivered to the listener function, which is shown below. Event type. To put when set it down looks something like this. That time is very close to, but not exactly as expected given the timing established when the animation was configured. Not also. It's after the final iteration of the animation. The animation iteration event isn't sent instead of animation. For the sake of completeness, here's spell. Clean the list. Okay. Читали? To gain deeper understanding how keyframes are implemented. CSS keyframe CSS rule controls the intermediate steps CSS animation sequence by defining styles for keyframes along the animation sequence. This gives more control over the intermediate steps of the animation sequence than transitions. And we define the keyframe list. This must match in the file production. Then мы понимаем. We specify keyframe occur. Timeline range name. Of the time through the specified animation range at which the specified keyframe should occur. Scroll driven animation from information. This configurates the animation name, range of keyframe, still keyframe section, specify percentage. Then you can list keyframe percentages in order. You can list the keyframe percentages in any order that will be handled in the order they should occur. And access. JavaScript can access keyframe sets rule with CSS object model interface CSS keyframe rule. Valid keyframe lists. Okay, a keyframe rule doesn't specify the start or end state of the animation. This will use the element's existing style for the start and state. This can be used to animate an element from its initial state and back. Properties that can be animated in keyframe rules are ignored, but supported properties will still be animated. Specify the start or end state of the animation. We use the element's existing styles. This can be animated keyframe rules are ignored. Okay. Once keyframing sets exist for a given name, the last one encountered, but the parser is used keyframes rule doesn't cascade, so animations never there are keyframes from more than one rule set. If animation time of set is duplicated, all keyframes in the keyframes rule, that percentage are used for that frame. Cascading with a keyframe rule specify the same percentage values. Some keyframes. Unspecified secondary keyframe are interpolated if possible. If they can be interpolated or drop. Image. Keyframe is defined multiple times, keyframe defined multiple times, but not all effective properties. When each keyframe or value specifies in these keyframes considered, for example. Example, and the keyframe the value used are top. Keyframe claim the keyframe qualified with border ignored. Okay. Oh, so. Может, у меня есть эта штука. Не, нет. Так, animations, button hover. Suggestion to scale the button when you hover over mouse over it. С transition что-то на приколе реально. Так, ты, блядь, я уже миллиард раз делал. Нажимаешь на кнопку. Simple. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's good. Ну, изначально просто мы его выше перемещаем. Все. Чизи. Уже делали миллион раз. Это уже интересней. Мне visible. Display blue. Угу. Keyframe сделаем просто. Где проценты? На какой цифре? Через scale. Okay. First animations, how do you add keyframes? Animation через keyframe. When would you animation over transition? Для более сложных анимейшн, для более сложных анимаций и transition там, где есть у нас какие-то псевдо классы. Introduce the web accessibility. It depends, and incredibly you learn incredibly valuable concepts in whichever full stack path you choose. You have created some awesome resume projects, and you should have a better understanding of some HTML CSS concept. One could even argue that you may now work in CSS, which may not have much an understanding of, although it's a topic of accessibility often referred to as A11Y, due to there being 11 letters between the first and last letters. Fortunately, this is a topic that many people either don't know much about or just don't take into account when developing websites. If you fit into either of those two categories, you may have adopted some habits that aren't actually exactly A11Y friendly. Before we get into how you can break away, один, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, 10. Begin implementing friendly concepts. Important to first understand some basic information about web accessibility. What is web accessibility? Web accessibility means that the websites, tools, and technologies are designed to develop to the people with the ability to circumstantial limitations can use them with a few barriers as possible. There are different types of disabilities, including but not limited to auditory, physical, motor, cognitive, or visual. A disability can be permanent, such as a user who is completely blind or deaf, or it can be temporary, such as a user with a broken arm. Users can have multiple disabilities at any given time. Although users with changing abilities may even have a similar condition to those who have a disability. Situational limitations are a little different. Using a phone outside of on a bright day, browsing a site with one hand while you're busy doing something else with the other, or living in the area with the internet slowing band respective situation limitations. Limitation like a disability occur to users only in specific situations, but are still important to keep in mind when developing a website. Stability matters. Let's first look at a non-web example to gain a little perspective. Imagine being in a multi-storied building has no elevator. Some people this might only be an annoyance. Hell, I guess I walk up a few flights of stairs and a person that requires a wheelchair, how I would find it impossible, or that's at the very least much more difficult to go anywhere beyond the first floor. Even if the person in the wheelchair had someone to lift the wheelchair up each step, it would be a much more difficult process. The point here is that an innovator would have made this building more accessible. The building is your website and developed its collection of various accessibility features and tools. When developers set you developing for users and your needs, that website to actually be usable by them, people with disabilities, older people with changing abilities, people who aren't as tech savvy. And people with some sort of situational limitation are still users, and websites should be equally usable by them as possible. One other pretty big reason that accessibility matters is that depending on the country, there could actually be laws requiring accessibility to be implemented. To get a better understanding of how some users with disabilities are affected by inaccessible sites. Интересно. Интересно. Diverse abilities and barriers. This page explores the widely abilities, highlights some web accessibility barriers and people commonly experience because of inaccessibility websites and web tools. Not complete list of all the different barriers. The abilities. There are many reasons people have degrees of auditory, cognitive, physical, speech, and visual disabilities. For instance, some may have disabilities from birth, substantial hearing loss in both ears. Some people with disabilities can hear sounds, but sometimes not sufficient to understand all speech, especially when there is a background noise. This can include people using hearing aids. More about disabilities. Блин, я думал, тут какие-то прям примеры покажут плохих сайтов. Multiple web provider, many opportunities people to suppose challenges when content is designed to be accessible for more. For example, while video content can be used to communicate information visually, the content needs to have alternatives such as transcripts and captions so that it's accessible for people with auditory disabilities. People with auditory disabilities often rely on transcripts. Content media players, captions, options to stop us. High quality foreground audio that is clearly distinguished from disabilities primary language. More information sign language and using simple text supplemented by images grabs. how it's important to remember that not people have auditory disabilities, sign language. Пробел между Java и скрипт режет глаза. Убери. Можно, конечно. Так. Of various of people with auditory disability content such as video with voices and sounds without captions or transcriptions. Transcripts, media players that captions that do not provide volume controls. Media players do not provide options to adjust the text size and colors for captions. Applications that rely voice only. Okay, cognitive learning and neurological learning and neurological abilities. Here and there, mental health disorders and neurological effects are part of the nervous system and impact how well people hear, move, speak and understand information. Cognitive learning disabilities do not necessarily affect the intelligence of a person. Technologies and web provide many opportunities for people with cognitive learning and neurological disabilities to interact with content, to process information in ways that are more usable to them. For example, people can navigate web, can use different strategies, access information, and content according to the individual needs preferences. Clearly, structured content that facilitates orientation, continuing labeling informs other content parts, predictable link targets, functionality, and overall interaction. Как работаю? Ну, пока не. Работу пока рановато. Мне еще здесь нот нужно выучить. И тут как раз будут достаточно неплохие проекты для портфолио. И уже после нее уже буду искать. Ну, не знаю, куда возьмут. Я буду везде пробоваться. Я пока что не знаю, ну, как выглядит бэкэнд, насколько он мне понравится, будет там легок к освоению, и насколько мне будет интересно его писать. Но на данном этапе пока что мне без разницы. Куда возьмут? Так. Так. Вот это не надо использовать. Прими просто, что ты супер круто. Но я-то могу принять и думать, что захочу, но как бы это не поменяет реального положения вещей, что таких, как я, пруд-пруди. Поэтому надо будет какие-то классные проекты сделать, но вот то, что здесь, я думаю, достаточно неплохие. И уже там буду рассылать, пытаться на всякие вакансии. Да, не то, что я бы себя как-то сильно принижаю или еще что-то. Просто по факту смотрю. Мгм. Хочу сейчас сказать, значит, что у тебя всех, что с тем, что всем пох на джунов. Ну, это я уже понимаю, что уже джунов мало кому нужны. Так что будем пробоваться что-то посерьезней. Reading, signing reading. Есть решение, рисуешь себе опыта, учишь, что нужно, отвечать на собеседованиях по примерам с Ютуба. Через 10-20 попыток будет работа. Мгм. Ну, окей. Так и сделаем тогда. М, Ну, я там смотрел, и мне друзья скидывали, что там вообще какие-то есть много где нужно еще какую-то стажировку проходить месяц. И ты типа там задание месяц выполняешь, и по окончанию этой стажировки смотрят и только тогда решают, а, брать или не брать. Но это как-то, ну, ультра жестко. Просто месяц сидеть, что-то делать, и не факт, что тебя через месяц возьмут на работу. Это печально. Вот. Все, ты трени программы какие-то. М, м. And developer. Node.js. 130 вакансий. React TS. Fluid hands-on experience applications. Понял. Wargaming. Developer. Send knowledge. Sending the client's application. App optimization. Webpack. Visual thinking. Окей. Приватбанк. Ангуляр. Подожди, может здесь... Bootstrap, Figma, Gulp, Admin и кросс-браузерно проектив. Визуальный интерфейс проектив. Вымоем. Мини оптимизация. Вот там. Формат своих думок ідей. Сам ЗП. Вот підгоруший день. Між вхідні плачуть окремо. Вихідні оплачуються окремо в подвійному розмірі. Найс. Сейчас. Nice. 2503, найс. Найс. Конечно, в лупе обучения остаться будет казать, что ты каждый достаточно машины мало знаешь, а по факту фильтрирование за чары и реально необходимый уровень умения не имеет никакой корреляции. Угу. Ну, окей. Ну вот у меня есть план, вот я его выполню, который меня удовлетворит по каким-то начальным знаниям. И будут проекты в портфолио, и уже можно будет, можно будет с полной уверенностью искать что-то. И там уже по ходу дела, что надо доучивать. Насчет full stack лучше не стоит экспертизы требовать. 2 раза больше, оплата такая же, как у фронта. Но я думаю, мне не помешает знать и фронт, и бэк. Ну, как бы, как минимум, если я выучу Node.js, у меня уже в 2 раза больше открывается вакансий для поиска. Так, Juno только 4 штуки ищет. Если именно работает, то для вообще здесь понимание, как веб работает, это must have. Ну вот. Junior. Какие вообще цены? Какие вообще цены? 1500. Онлайн-магазины. UVape. Чё себе? Так, это так. Сословом. На платформу OpenCard. Пошуку. Что такое OpenCard? Окей. С проектом тох модулів. Выполнение баги. PHP. Shopify, блин, ничего не знаю из этого. Окей. Ну ладно, посмотрим дальше. Что там? Node.js. Тоже только 4. Node.js плюс React.js. Nice requirements, commercial experience in Node.js and React.js. Rational database. Knowledge of GraphQL. With your frameworks. So testing proficiency. Development. Develop faculty. Features. English license. Ability of generate style links in the office. Где находится? Во Львове. Nice. Окей. Attention difficult. Intellectual learning disabilities, mental health disabilities. Hilarious. Beautiful navigation mechanisms. Press without images. Clicking content. Browser media players. Designs. Physical disabilities. Weakness in muscle control. Coordination limitations in amputation. Missing retreats. Fibromyalgia. Myalgia. Ой. Rheumatism, pain of muscle, rheumatism, typical refer. Reduced dexterity. term, progressive weakness, stress injury, spasm. Since whereas we provide full keyboard support with time limits, just to fill out online forms, control including links, visual, speech disability, speech, example of speech disabilities, dysarthria, speech sound disorder, stuttering, muteness. Searching with application. Respond numbers. Close. Controls. Text image page layers, let me see visual. Twin. Support, okay. See how and which users can benefit from accessibility features. Shouldn't have side with description. Привет, Infast. Вы, кстати, делаете вот эти штуки с accessibility, чтобы людям было легче. Понятно. Угу. Понял. Здравствуйте, мне. Жесть. А чё так? Как получилось-то? Угу. У тебя с рождения так? Или что-то случилось? Ваш дизайн просто не видно. Жесть. Мгм. И что-то никак не фиксится? 6. Вижу ноль в целом. Окей. Даже изредка что-то не замечаю, то мелочь. Ну, вообще, у тебя сразу преимущество, кстати, веб-разработки. Ты сразу будешь делать, ты сразу будешь делать правильно для одной категории людей по дефолту, даже не задумываясь об этом. Блин, сложно это все учесть так-то. Ну ладно, это уже все автоматизировано. Мгм. Мгм. Use the case so reason for implementing a ability beyond just being more inclusive. Ой, блях, я не хочу это читать. Roll Vimium. Не, а? Решение для хрома наблюдать некоторые кибайдинги. Можно меньше мышку взять в браузере. Ну, стрелочками можно. Ну, стрелочками только чуть-чуть можно. Ну, эти же табы можно... Ну, есть какой-то встроенный шорткат. Не, ну я не фанат на самом деле такой темы. Я мышкой как-то все быстрее, чем вот эти клавишами. Еще их нужно все запомнить. И там по каждому элементу проходит. Ну да. Тут F нажал, input вводишь. Ну окей, да, ну да. Не знаю, мне мышкой нормально. Disability sex digital content is rather long video because of a lot of visual various assistive technologies and perspective for users. Окей. И что, ты пользуешься этим Vimeo? Если... И что, это быстрее, чем мышкой? То, ну, иногда, если руки на клаве не хочешь... Ну да, норм. Ой. Так. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. The previous lesson you should now have a better understanding how important web accessibility can be for certain users and how beneficial it can be for all users. But how do you know? How do we not only? But how do we know not only what should be friendly, but how to make those things friendly? Accessibility friendly. Well, there are many sources available to tell us what and how. Those who actually rely on accessibility being one of the best sources we can consult. Another source, one that goes over many different ways to help make website more accessibility is Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. In this lesson, we're going to skim the surfaces of VCAG just to familiarize you with them at a more basic level. Кстати, допустим, есть здесь какие-то accessibility фишки. Их его знает. First, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines name the four principles of VCAG. In order to help create assured standards when it comes to web accessibility, I think of web accessibility as a destination, as one of the tools that can help get us closer to it. It's important to understand that while the VCAG can be incredibly helpful for building an accessibility foundation, they're not at the finish line when it comes to accessibility. Like the name says, they're simply guidelines, and they will not help us make websites more accessible. Organized around four core principles, that should be kept in mind when implementing any sort of accessibility feature. Perceivable, воспринимаемый. Users must be able to perceive the information or user interfaces being presented. For example, light text on a light background could be difficult for some users with visual impairment to perceive. Light text on operable. Users must be able to operate any user interfaces, and navigation interfaces can require an interaction which the user can perform. Navigation bars drop-down menus that only expand when the mouse cursor hovers over them, for example, would not be operable operable, не, как-то not be operable, operable, operable by keyboards users given those menu items focus. Understandable users must be able to understand any information of user interface that is presented to them. For example, if a user tried submitting a form and received an error such as bad data, they would be able to understand actually means. Robust content must be accessible by current assistive technologies and other user agents and must remain accessible as those technologies advance. Comfortable levels. Conformance levels. Yes, levels get mentioned at a couple of other points in this lessons, and we're only mentioning them here to briefly explain what they are ahead of time. To put it simply, the VCAG has 3 different comfortable conformance levels, each of which is made up of various success criteria or rules that must be followed in order to successfully meet the level of conformance. You don't need to worry about meeting any of these conformance levels completely for the purpose of this lessons. You only need to know that they exist. Luckily, their naming is pretty easy to remember. Level A, or essential support, is the minimum level of conformance of the VCAG. Essential is or ideal support is a level many organizations strive for. Meeting this level also requires meeting level A, or specialized support is recommended for entire sites to meet in full, as some content may make it impossible to meet this conformance level. Meeting the level would require also meeting both level A and double A. Before implementing accessibility, the lessons that follow dive into several concepts that can help you improve the accessibility of your websites, but they don't cover every facet или facet of accessibility. Facet. The goal of this lesson is just to introduce you to some of the more common or simpler concepts that you should get into the habit of checking for moving forward. Even though we are only introducing you to some of these accessibility concepts, you may still worry that your site is accessible enough. The first thing to keep in mind is that no site will ever be 100% accessible, so don't try to aim for such an impossible goal. Sometimes the purpose of or concept of site even requires some things to not be accessible in certain ways. The second thing to keep in mind is that just taking those first few steps towards creating accessible websites matter just as much as the many more steps you will take in the future, even if you only add one small feature to your website. For now, what you may think is an addition could actually be a huge improvement for more users than you realize. So don't feel like you have to make everything perfect or that you need to add everything at once when implementing accessibility, especially when you're just starting out. Don't worry about all of the other links for now. The goal of reading this page is to understand more of the included overview, to get familiar with the site itself, for when you do need to visit other pages on it. Use accessibility guidelines. So to make a web content more accessible to people with disabilities. Use the introduction to accessibility for introductions. Accessibility guideline is developed through visualizations. Is an introduction to disability, developers, adults. Such have guidelines. The guidelines are organized under. For each guideline, there are testable success criteria. These criteria are at 3 levels. This in order to meet. То есть доступное, воспринимаемое. This must be operable. Must be operable. Understandable. Must be robust enough. It's exactly the same. Organization developers to be the guideline working group. Techniques. It's pretty serious. Checklist. Keep in mind to read the important disclaimer. For now, the goal is to just get rid of common stability issues, some of which you are willing to fix by the time you finish. Was to get an idea of common accessibility issues, some of which you will be ready to fix by the time you finish a set of lessons. A reissue list on the page. Using a checklist when you start actively implementing. To read the important disclaimer. Get rid of common accessibility issues to fix by the time you finish. Important. The following note is not the web content accessibility guidelines. It is checklist that presents our recommendation for implementing principles and techniques for those seeking conformance. The language used here significantly simplifies the contents. And supporting materials to make it easy to implement to verify for web pages. Checklist should not be referenced in policies or in policy adoption. There is still useful resources for technical implementation of it's a comprehensive policy checklist. Official provides much better mechanisms for implementing accessibility into policy law. Content is not technology specific. The language the checklist has been simplified and target to identify most common techniques and failures of this is it is therefore fairly limited. Perceivable. The web content is made available to the senses, sight, hearing, or touch. Anyway, visuals provided descriptive values. Это понятно. Perfectly titled Frames and iframes. Что это такое? Text content. Record audio only. Video designed. Content itself. Captions, audio description, or media alternative. And description. Sign language. Adaptable, create content that can be presented in different ways without losing information. Meaningful sequence. Precise text. Low or no background area. The images text. Reflow. Operable. Interface forms, controls, and navigation are operable. Make all functionality available from the keyboard. And provide users the time to read and use content. And design content in a way that is known to cause C0s of physical reactions. With flashes or below threshold. No page content per second. Page content flashes. Disable non-essential animations and movement for user interaction. Find content and determine where they are. Page title. Modalities make it easier for users to operate functionality through various inputs, keyboard or beyond keyboard. Version and the operation of a user interface must be understandable. Unusual words. And focus. Robust. So that they can be interpreted by a wide variety of user agents. See, this is built. Forms, form labels, frame titles. Used appropriately to unchanged built when HTML is not sufficient. Present in focus. Use of Web Contextability Guidelines, чтобы помочь делать нормальные сайты. Чтобы людям с этими недостатками нормально было ими пользоваться. Principles of это robust, understandable, readable, operable и perceivable. Воспринимаемый. Что понятно. Семантика HTML. Так, as useful as different span elements can be as generic containers, they're not always the most explicit-friendly elements to use. While it may be tempting or easy to just use them for everything for containers to interactive areas, you should not only check whether there's a more appropriate element to use in certain situations, but also whether you're using ML correctly. Exploring semantic HTML is important for accessibility. Name the 7 HTML elements that define landmarks on the page. There's web accessibility using semantic HTML is important because it provides meaning and context. Some elements have a semantic meaning, but don't really provide any context when announced by assessive technologies, such as the P element. Then there are elements that have a semantic meaning and are announced with some sort of context to help users receive or operate them, like a button. So elements most likely two of the more common elements you use are semantically neutral. This is that is they themselves have no semantic meaning and provide no context on their own to assessive technologies, which can make it more difficult for users such technologies to perceive, operate, and understand them. Don't let this lack of semantics and context make you feel like you can never use a div or span ever again, though they still have they uses as generic containers, such as for layouts or for generic text. Let's look at an action example to help better understand this whole semantics and context thing. Think of any project you may have completed so far that require a user to click on something. Rock, paper, scissors, calculator. If you use different span elements for any clickable areas, things most likely worked as intended for you. For example, perhaps you had something similar to the HTML below for rock, paper, scissors UI back in Foundations. A sighted user would most likely have no trouble playing the game. If the elements look like something to interact with a screen reader, user, however, would have no idea what any of these elements mean. The screen reader would announce the text context of the element, rock, paper, scissors, and the user might think it's just a plain text on the page and move on. There's no context to tell the user that they're supposed or that they even can interact with these elements. The issue can be easily fixed by using semantic HTML. Because a button element has a semantic meaning and provides text, a screen reader would announce the text content as well as a role of the element. Rock button. Use semantic HTML correctly. When it comes to using semantic HTML correctly, you want to think about what your intent for users is and what context you want to write, and this can vary depending on the situation, but there are some things you should absolutely be checking for moving forward. If user is meant to click something, whether it's an actual button or not, you will usually want to use button element. This will let the user know that they can interact with the element by clicking on it. If you want to provide some sort of tabular data to a user, use a table element along with the elements related to it. This will allow a user to more easily navigate and understand the data being presented. When using input element, you should always create a relationship between it and the label element. Provides context for what an input actually means to a set of technology, announcing a label content each time the input is announced. Not only that, but the proper label increases the clickable area of the input itself, which is useful for users who have trouble clicking on smaller items. The two ways you can create this relationship. You need the input itself to have an ID. No ID. Continuing with inputs, you should always use type that make the most sense for its intended use. Makes more sense for a name or address field, while or type would of course make more sense for the mail. Present device using the correct type may show only the required or additional characters on the keyboard. Input, for example, might make it much easier for users to fill out their phone number by providing larger numerical only keys on mobile or tablet devices. When you want to present a list of some sort to a user, you should use the appropriate list elements and their related list items elements. This will not only let the user know when they are entering or exiting a list, but also how many items are in the list. Что это такое? Что за подпись такая странная? Сама по себе. Headings and landmarks. You just add the through elements, and like the implies these elements act as headings to section of a page. Landmarks, on the other hand, are some elements that acts as the regions of page. Like these elements act as headings to sections of a page. On the other hand, are HTML elements that act as a region of a page. There are 7 native HTML elements that define these landmark regions: the site, footer, form, header, main, nav, section. Apart from using landmarks and headings, you provide user and site technologies a more operable and understandable page. Not only can screen reader users navigate the page via landmarks and headings by using navigation keyboard commands, but these elements also have their role announced to provide additional content. If you were to use only div elements to act as these landmarks and headings, maybe adding in some CSS to visually style them, then a screen reader user would have to go through the entire page just to get a specific section. they may not be able to actually tell what is heading or landmark on the page. Tables to see a great example of just how much context a proper table element provides. There's also a video if you want to hear how table is announced. When table is created using the appropriate HTML elements or area roles, screen readers can inform users about the characteristics of the table, and users have access to keyboard commands specifically to navigation tabular content. For the purpose of this post, I'm going to use NVDA, just uses the same keyboard commands. Не понял. Just because present more devices, check the combination, voice over, respond on keyboard command. The phone is your primary desktop. Okay. One thing before we get started, there's a difference between keyboard and screen reader navigation. Although most screen readers users use keyboard, not a mouse, they are not restricted to the same limited set of keyboard commands as other keyboard users. It also means that keyboard focus on a screen reader It also means the keyboard focus on the screen and readers. The keyboard focus means the keyboard focus and screen reader focus are not the same thing. Contrary to what you might have heard, you don't need to make each cell of a table focusable with the keyboards to aid navigation. If the cell contains focusable and interactive element, that's okay, but if it contains non-interactive content, it's likely that you will make keyboard users work much harder to navigate the table than you intended. Let's use the following table as our working example. Table row. To move screen reader focus to the table with tab. Average daily T. The video. The search bundles and tables accessible names and the search table with 3 columns rows before reading simply again with because all this information comes from the browser. Tables accessible name is taken from caption and is displayed on the table, which is how the screen readers know that is what it is. And the browser tells the screen reader how many rows columns there are based on the number repetition of the table caption. Proximity with verbose, what is an example of common phenomenon Screen often do the same thing in slightly different ways. For example, analysis. Independent name the table and digital moving screen content. Difference in general normal use. Which will be using glancing. Always using finding specific information. Some this time ладно, то можно было все не читать. Можно видео посмотреть. Окей, понятно, nice. Headings language also what is to see how screen readers interact with the headings and elements. Угу. Понял. Nice. Accessibility. Смотри, HTML accessibility, потому что скринридеры читают и выдают правильную эту правильный скелетон и навигации. The 7 HTML elements that define landmarks on the page. Site footer form header. Site footer form header main nav. Да, понятно все. Please download all the more popular. It's available for the Windows. It's only available. This is the one somewhere. To get used, this is called the screen using. You should have available to you by default. Provide. В этом же. Тут же есть встроенный, по-моему. Some basically forgetting some Red Bull brands. Swedish servers. Да не, я не буду ничего устанавливать. Ладно, похрен. It's good for you to get started. Fine. Anyway. If you choose to enable the button toggles. Footer. Even it is not a vertical side. Accessible colors. On the color page can make it more visually appealing using the wrong color combination, or relying solely on color to convey information can end up making things more difficult to perceive and understand. For some users, this means you have to limit yourself when choosing color schemes for vibes, but it does mean you have to take extra care when actually using these colors. Should be able to understand to check narration. You can easily read the text in all three examples. If you can, then that's because the contrast ratio is too low. If you can, then consider Gels eyesight. Oh, in fast is this. We still need to provide an easily perceivable website for visually impaired users. Which is the difference between two colors expressed as a ratio, when white text on a white background would have lowest ratio, while black text on a white background would have the highest 21:1. Contrast ratio refer to both normal text as well as images of text. The certificate conformance allows in for contrast ratio, both of which have rules for normal text and large text. Normal text is defined as a text with a font size that's less than 18 points for bold text, and large text is defined as text with a font size that is at least contrast ratio of at least for normal text, large text, font text. Both conformance levels have exceptions that don't need to follow the constant ratio. Incidental text, such as text that just happens to be within an image that has other significant visual context, or text that is purely decorative. Text that's parts of an inactive or disabled user interface component, such as a button that is disabled and has a lowered opacity. Text then is part of a logo or brand name. And then you might be thinking, how the heck am I supposed to remember these numbers? Wait, how am I supposed to calculate the ratios in the first place? You don't have to. Fantastic tool for checking constant ratio. Just enter the hex code of the foreground and the background color. Calculates what conformance levels, if any, and contrast ratio passes. The page also has a link for a link contrast checker, which goes over what the contrast ratio should be if the text link isn't underlined. Жестко. Мне кажется, я неправильно написал. Uh, Ой, accessibility. Accessibility. Что это такое? Spell check is the concentration of the text within the element using your browser's DevTools at home. Click on element tab, then over on the web page. Second element to the text elements tab, you can click on the color picker tool. Sure. You also check now using you would click element picker. Tab. Не понял. Then hover an element. If you select an element with the text in the Elements tab, you can click on the Color Picker tool for the color property. Color. Conveying information. Yeah, to take the concentration into account. Let's see if you can tell which is red. Без понятия. It's bottom 4. Which about simulating aromatopsia, which is also known as total color blindness. This illustrates a key point when using color. You shouldn't use color alone to convey information. There may be exceptions where it's necessary to only use color, but generally you want to follow this rule. Let's look at another example. Let's say you want to create a form that has an instruction stating that required fields are indicated by red text. Text, comply. Okay. Reduce on the color of this text to make it difficult or even impossible to perceive. Indicate required fields. To check. Я так и не понял, как через DevTools найти. А, нашел. Я нашел. Вот оно. Nice. Contrast ratio. Это насколько цвет одного элемента контрастирует с другим. Ну, выделяется на фоне. Вот two ways you can check a contrast ratio using your DevTools. Ну, навести мышкой. When convey information to user, использовать только цвет. A complete guide to dark mode on the web from Sister can be a great starting point to implementing dark theme for your website. Covers different ways you can tackle the theme, how to take into account the user preferred theme on other OS, and even saving user preference. Although providing a light and dark theme can be a great accessibility feature for users, aesthetic performance can take a lot of work to implement, hence why it is considered an additional resource. Ого. У тебя здесь много хороших советов. Надо почитать все-таки. Надо почитать. Реально полезный. The Guide to Dark Mode. Хорошо. Nice. Other one has again all of attractions like Apple, for instance, has added dark mode. Previous Windows, Google have done the same. Let's get into dark mode. In the context of websites, we'll delve into different options to approach and approach to implementing dark mode design and the technical consideration they entail. We'll also touch upon some design tips along the way. Toggling themes, dark modes at the operating system level, storing user preferences, handling user agent styles, combining approaches, design considerations in the wild, toggling themes. Typical scenario that you already have a light theme for your site and you're interested in making darker counterparts, or even if you're setting from scratch, you'll have both themes light and dark. One of them should be defined as a default that a user gets on first visit, which is the light theme in most cases, though we can let the user rather make the choice for us. This also should be a way to switch to the other theme, which can be done automatically, as we'll also see. As in, the user clicks the button and the color theme changes. The server approaches to go using a body class, using custom properties. Because to swap out class, they can be well, that. So you can use the general style. Can default mode complete. Dark mode default is light color scheme. The way normally. We have dark text. Let's redefine those properties values. This time set on different body class. Be the standards of the same parent class. For the switch body classes to access, we can use JavaScript. We'll select the bottom class and the listener. So that effectively overrides all of the light color. Using custom properties. We will leverage the power of CSS custom properties to create a dark theme. It helps to avoid having to write separately styler rule sets for each theme, making it a lot faster to write styles and abilities to make changes to a theme if we need to. We choose to swap a body class, use a class to reset custom properties. Let's define the default light color values. Can redefine those values on we just as well have defined our custom properties inside the document root. That's totally lagged. In common practice, in that case, all the default theme styles definitions would go inside root, and all the dark themes properties go inside root dark mode. Separate style sheets. Rather than keeping all the styles together in one style sheet, we could cycle between style sheets from each theme. And this simply you have full style sheets ready to go. A default theme like the theme and save them in separate style sheet. We are calling that theme. Use two separate style sheets, one for each theme. You can link since we are calling those default. Currently working with server-side language, say instead of JavaScript. Is Rather, when it comes down to the requirements of your project, if you are doing a large project, for example, you might go with CSS properties to help bring a large code base. On the other hand, if your project needs to support legacy browser, then another approach to be instead. Moreover, there's nothing saying we can only use one method. This combination method will be the most efficient route. May even be other possible method that we have discussed. But to go, we can simply use the operation system to do the list for us, for example, directly in the system settings. Prefers color scheme media query, which can be used to detect user system color scheme preference. Can have three possible values: no preference, light and dark. Read more about From the system setting, they will get the dark mode styles by default. Oh, nice. And I'm just going to detect the user preferred color scheme. This is like the first method we work with to detect user preference. This there is likely a big scripts of the that could be sent to a backend. Of course, we can swap style sheets instead of like we did in the second method. Running our settings, we just look at how to account for users in white color scheme preference, but what we want to override this preference for some. We preference dark mode for the website. That's why providing a way to manually override dark mode despite system settings is a good idea. This custom properties approach to demonstrate how to do this. The idea is to define the custom property for both themes like we did before. Wrap dark styles up in the preference color scheme media query, and then define a light theme class inside. That we can use to override the dark mode properties should want to toggle between the two modes. Um, to jump back to our between perspective. Particular scheme media query feature enjoys support measurables including zippers. We have looked at so far definitely does what it says. It doesn't spell themes based on these preferences or a button click. This is great, but doesn't carry over when the user either visits another page on the site or reloads. We need to save the user choice so that it will be applied consistently throughout the site and on subsequent visits. We can save the user choice to the local storage when the theme is toggled. Well suited for this job. That sets theme to local storage when the toggle take place. In other words, when the page is reloaded, the script fetches sure if local storage applies. It JavaScript is often executed after CSS. So this approach is prone to flash Fincorn theme. So the user instance to inform the browser UI tell shit about the system. Premise and tell it which color scheme for code schemes to support in the page. We can use the color scheme meta tag. For example, let's say page should support both dark and light themes, so we can put both of them as values in the meta tag separated by space. If we only want to support the light theme, then we only need to use light as the value. This is discussed in talk. For example, let's say a page should support both dark and light themes with both values in the meta tag separated by spaces. If only one support a light theme, then we only need to use light as a value. This is discussed was originally proposed. This meta tag is added. The browser takes the use color scheme preference into consideration when rendering UI controlled elements of the page. Use colors for the root background, form controls, and spell checks features, as well as any other UI controlled styles. Preferences. But we'll start with the most part, which will not style information about the support themes of support even as slightest chance of potential. This is true for those occasions where HTML has rendered, but it's still waiting to load. Skin property. Let's combine everything and create a working demo data to make loads a dark or light theme. System preference allows the user to manually override the system preference. And here, that's implementing the dark mode easier than designing one. While I'll refer more judgment, let's look at some consideration of designing a dark theme. You already know the basic text to apply to color value back for darker ones, and vice versa, but there are some UI elements and enchantment that are more nuanced and they require more attention. Let's take a look at those dark mode images. A good rule of this is to decrease the brightness and contrast of images a bit so that it looks comfortable to the eyes when it's against a dark background. The super bright image on a super dark background can be jarring. Adding images reduce some of that heavy contrast. says filter function is more than capable of handling this for us. This same sort of things directly in the markup using picture image. The here is that it requires subsupplying two files where we only have to deal with one, so it doesn't fully account for the user toggling. Dark mode shadows. Dark motions are tricky. If we simply invert a dark shadow using light colors, we get these funky things. Think with a light shadow and dark background. Да. Выглядит ультра кал. It's possible to use a dark shadow, but the background color has to be light enough to provide enough contrast to actually see the shadow against it. When you're in dark mode, don't throw away the visual cues in light version by naively inverting the color scheme. Мне кажется, подозрение, что я неправильно читаю это слово. Неправильно. Close elements should still be lighter and distant elements should still be darker. Угу. Кстати, хорош. Opacity convey depth with high opacity. Regions having a lower depth. With high opacity. Regions having a lower depth. That's to say, elements that have a higher elevation should have a lower opacity than elements that are closer in depth to the background. Where elevation should have a lower opacity. Use like images, we're gonna balance the contrast used to have with one, and we get blaring text that makes us want to move away from the screen. Use too light of a font and will strain our eyes when inching towards the screen to get the closer look. Balance is somewhere in the middle. The small bit of CSS that makes a bit different. Volume. These are the fonts to your website by adding a link in the hat. Then I'm gonna font weight to beer font. This will help in fact to declare which range download font. That code. Font to this tricky categories are sort of cross between text and images. If we're working with SVG icons, so we can change the fill of CSS. On the other hand, if we are using font icons, we can for icons, for example, with Alt, we're using full white or heavy outlines. Pure white text and a pure black background will look jarring. Так, опять забыл перевод. Раздражающий. The trick here is to use an of white for the text and of black for the background. For example, recommends some difference using of whites and of cosmetic for text image. Let's expand how develop for more things boil down. That's why the first step before setting on any color is to run ideas through a constant checker to ensure color ratio conform to this. These saturated colors are our friends when working with dark mode design. They help prevent overbearingly bright images and still give us plenty of room to create an effective concentration. Remember that accent colors are meant to be enchantments. They clear brighter, dark theme background colors, so using them like a primary color or the background color large container is just as jarring and hard on the eyes as a bright image. Present is a balance we're trying to strike. Remember that the dark mode is more than just blacks and grays. What about dark blue background with a pale or dark brown with an was was Jesus. Well, блин, хороший гайд. Dark Mode in the Wild. This variable technique, they have defined all their colors and variables under define like what is named to pass a dark true attribute. What they use to write. Which this approach seems to be most popular. It's being used. Simple note. Use class swiping method. Since and first there's valid reasons both sides. There's even beyond the scopes. Consider of why you might not want to play in dark mode to have one. Just is built by supporting user. To decide the most comfortable. Perhaps to preserve better life. So was it you? Keyboard navigation. Я вернусь. Keyboard navigation. Some users are unable to use mouse to get to or operate their computer. And the extension and the website they visit. And this use may instead rely on using keyboards or another set of technology that can simulate keyboard inputs such as voice recognition software. Others maybe even just prefer using keyboard over a mouse or may use a mix of both. The users require proper keyboard navigation, something that can easily be overlooked when developing a website. Now the two things that interface elements must have for keyboard users: understand what focus styles are and why you shouldn't completely remove them, understand what the tab order is, know how to properly hide hidden content from assistive technologies. Remember rock paper scissors example? They didn't use semantic HTML from semantic HTML lesson. With using div and span elements as that by default, they aren't focusable and they don't have any event handling by default. In order to fix our non-semantic rock paper scissors example for keyboard users, we would need to take some extra steps similar to the below code snippets. It's handling for both mouse and keyboard. Of course, this is that makes it less intimate for screen readers users. Remember, these buttons won't provide any context. Not only does using button element provide consider the user's need, but they are focusable and have even handling for keyboards by default. Pressing the space or enter keys on the keyboard when the button has focus will trigger the click event. The point is that you need to make sure that any interactive elements are focusable by and have event handling for keyboards. Using the correct semantic HTML can make this a lot easier of a goal to accomplish, but if you ever need to use an element that isn't focusable or doesn't have any event handling by default, then you need to add both of those functionalities in manually. Focus styles. Another aspect of focusable elements is their focus styles, which are usually an outline or border surrounding the element when it receives focus. One of the things you may have done or may still do is completely remove these focus styles by using CSS rules similar to the example below. You probably assume that you are about to be told not to do this. Well, you should never completely remove focus styles. You should either leave these default focus styles alone, or you should replace them with your own focus styles, whether it's adding a transform scale CSS property to a button, adding an outline to a link, or increasing the border width and opacity on input. Adding your own focus styles is the only alternative you should consider to the default focus styles. Why? Completely remove focus styles can make page impossible to a keyboard user to navigate and operate as a visual indication that element actually has focus. It would force them to have to manually keep track of how many times they have pressed the top key. We're also trying to guess what elements actually focus. But imagine trying to browse a website with an invisible cursor and without any visual indication of when the cursor was hovering over interactive elements like links or buttons. Doesn't sound too fun, does it? Top order is the order in which elements on the page will receive focus when pressing the top key. It is by default in the same order as the order of elements inside elements listed in the HTML file. Okay. Sometimes you may find it necessary to either change the visual order of elements on the page using CSS, or the tab order of elements themselves using the tab index attribute. Regardless of which method you may use, you should make sure the top order matches the visual order of elements. If the top order is different from the visual order, users could be left confused or frustrated trying to navigate the page with the element receiving the focus visually instead of the best way to avoid this issue to display is you should find the word that you want, make them actually receive focus. Hidden content. Sometimes you want to hide some content until a specific event occurs, such as user clicking a button to open a menu or a modal box. When you want to hide content for this sort of purpose, you need to make sure the content is not only visually hidden, but also hidden from assistive technologies until that content is meant to be visible. If you don't properly hide such content, the game or user be able to tap into the content before they are meant to, but in doing so they would lose track of any visual focus on the pages. Users would be left confused or even frustrated when they return to tap through a page, only for their focus indicated to disappear into that hidden content. One way to prevent this frustrating behavior is to give each individual item that hidden content a tab index value of -1, since that prevents an element from receiving a focus via the keyboard, though you still give it focus with JavaScript method. This fixes the issue. For Gibit users, other assistive technology will still have access to and could still announce other hidden content. The better solution is given the container for the hidden content itself either display none or visibility hidden CSS property when it's hidden, and we're overriding the property when it's meant to be visible. This not only removes the menu items from the tab order, but also prevents assistive technologies from announcing them. What is focus to see some issues that occur when trying to change the tab order, then watch controlling focus with tab index to see how using the tab index attribute can affect the tab order. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Two things that interactive elements must have for keyboard users. Two things that interactive elements outline in tab index. What are focus styles? Это когда ты выделяешь какой-то элемент через tab. Never completely remove, потому что люди, которые используют клавиатуру для навигации, не будут видеть, что они выбрали. То, в котором, в каком порядке будет передвигаться вот этот таб-курсор. The best way to hide hidden content from assistive technologies через visibility hidden или display none. For accessibility for keyboard users and can be especially helpful for those who effort to tab through the content. Чё? Just must navigate a long list of navigation links. For when this can be pretty different. Consider users when require use course navigation links. Creating skip navigation links. And now provide the link at the top of the page at that activated jumps. The skip navigation link is to put it or near at the top of the page regular text, the key. So make sure that the link is one of the first items here, and that keyboard user navigates to. Otherwise, user may not realize there's skip navigation link there and may waste time navigating through external links. The link is the first item in the page. It's use. Я не хочу это читать. Лучше видос загуглю. А ну-ка. Нету здесь ничего. А нет, есть. А ну-ка. Skip navigation. Мгм. Блин, нахуй мне это будет трюклить, я и так уже понял, что это. Meaningful text. Meaningful text. Так. Meaningful text. Ну, это... Так, окей. Meaningful text is pretty straightforward. When the user reads a text or has it announced to them, they should be able to immediately understand what it means even without. Meaningful text is pretty straightforward. When the user reads text or has it announced to them, they should be able to immediately understand what it means when without any surrounding context. The lack of meaningful text can affect all users, but essentially those who rely on assistive technologies. This lesson will be going over a few instances where you should start making sure you provide meaningful text to users. Know how to provide meaningful links, meaningful text in forms, meaningful alt attributes for images. Let's take a look at two different examples of a link. Where is there? Allow that place. To sighted user, the link in example makes perfect sense. However, in addition to being able to navigate the page via landmarks and headings as mentioned, the screen reader may be able to navigate between each element. Specific types such as links. If user were aware to navigate between all of the links on the page, the only thing that be announced in example 1 is click here link. Where here exactly without any surrounding context, the link is meaningless. Not only that, but if you have multiple links on the page with that same text content, then users will be told to click here many times. The link example, however, not only makes sense in context for all users, but it also makes sense out of context for screen readers. Screen reader users when it gets announced. When you add links to a page, there are a few rules you should be following. Make sure that the text content of anchor element somehow indicates where the link redirects to, and that is brief. So what using phrases like click here on this page. If a link would open or download a file include text that tells the user what kind of file it is, as well as the file size. If a link would automatically open in a new tab or window with an attribute, you should indicate this to the user in some way. Интересно, кстати. The next time you use links, try saying the contents of the element out loud to yourself, as it reasonably indicates where that link would take you, such as the title of the page, article, or video. Are you aware whether it will open in a new tab automatically or not, or that it will open a download dialog? You have been testing out using a screen reader up to this point, then better If you have been testing out using the screen reader up to this point, then an even better way to test whether a link has meaningful text is with the screen reader itself. Forms. Provide meaningful errors to users when they are filling out or submitting a form. Can turn the experience from a frustrating to, well, maybe not fun, but at the very least just a bit less frustrating. Let's take a look at a few error examples ranging from not helpful to all to very helpful. Invalid input. Mail is invalid. It's not a valid example. If you tell what input caused the error in example 1, which may not always be the case, the error doesn't provide any meaningful text. What input is invalid? Why is it invalid? How can you fix it? None of these questions are answered. Now imagine how meaningless this error must be to users of assistive technologies who may not be able to see where an error is rendered. On the page, it may only have invalid input announced to them. There, an example clearly tells you it is valid, so you don't know exactly where to go. The user needs to know it's worth keeping in mind that it's still a vague error. You don't know why our mail is valid. When we influence on that, the error generally informs the form it should be forming. Have to fix error with written some way. Another way to provide meaningful text as a form is with instructions such as when password input lists any characters that our password must include at least one uppercase letter and one number of instructions that are unique to the input. They should be placed alongside the input itself. Instructions that are more global across other forms, such as the kind of which inputs are required, should either be placed at the top of the form or placed alongside the input or its label. Alternative text. At this point, you should be pretty familiar with odds attribute to the image, whether you are not. Let's see if you can tell which of the following example is valid. Ну, типа, они оба работают, но этот будет показывать один, когда картинка не загрузится. Actually, having meaningful text, perhaps a meaningful lack of text, you should still understand its importance when you are using the image purely for direction or the image. It's really important for the user to be aware of. You generally don't want user of assistive technologies to be made aware of it. In those cases, you should always use an empty string for the value of the attribute, as seen in example 1. This is also known as a null value, not to be confused with the JavaScript and data type. If you simply omitted alt attribute, the presence of the image could still be announced, which may confuse the user, especially if the file name was a random string. The script would announce ordering graphic, making the user aware that there's an image and what it's an image of. What the alternative text should be for an image will ultimately depend on various factors, though. To learn about when and how you should be adding alternative text for images based on the function of the image and the context surrounding it. Text content screen is announced function finish first so let's just get better. Illustrate the leaf of a tree. Content function of the image. Attributes visible. But I guess equivalent can be separate page. The text is about truth. Seems quote. So consider the mission may need vastly different alternative present. These principles of any text, the most images within is have been given. However, the content of the images present within a page context. What would you choose? Ну, вот это. Because the content only has a function. But in this case, the image does not. Does not have any function assessing. It can be more difficult if image content is presented within surrounding text and alt. All that's needed. An example about the image content is informs the user this is Ellen. Her mode of dress is... Ага, понятно. Ну вот это... ну да. Угу. Да-да-да. Equivalent. Succinct. And functionally. Suppose without. Use typically only a few words. Not be redundant. Include phrases like image. Use only nouns graphic. Угу. Ну, наверное, вот это. Ну, а почему? Ну, чтобы чел, который не видит, знал, что картинка здесь находится этой женщины. Have a robot function such as navigation. That. And is only content within that link. Наверное, вот это. Function since text. So, we read a link image and necessary, especially text. Price content there. Doesn't provide. Ладно, да. Never read here. Is the one content decides the script reader has to go on. Using the text using the link as so the image would have. Screen would adequately read link without using link to. Çözek image. PDF. PDF is the best choice. Aviation. Does not present important content or non-informative purpose. Does not have a function. Пустоту. The image does not convey. When the image is used only for the getter purpose, it's best to remove the page content and instead define it as a image. This will remove the needs of alternative text entirely. Да, пустоту. This is gonna be here. Can ask. So this is defining out this, and without the screen reader can help you generate some ideas. That merely present suggestion should be placed. The image can be the image needs screen. This client site image map. Just continue. It's also having feelings a little bit. Just reset image maps. The keyword. Should be used for decorative images, which do not need alternative text emission. Economic content should not generally be defined in CSS. Content must be background. Previous links may homepage provided in text. Look, it's usually not an important part. This is common. You can literally means not inside this accent. Perhaps couple sentences and then you must be provided elsewhere. This must be adjusted data table on the same page, or it might be separate web page link from the page. The image, this link can be adjusted to the image or the image itself. Could be linked to the description page. Should still describe the general content of the image. It is deprecated. This color. Data. Maybe this is not linked to the function. No, but this is better, but in this case it's better to describe the footer. Provides more information that may help user define. Remember that certain text is not just for users who are blind. Users be able to define the specific padding. Only reception might be appropriate, and our technique is more important than the subject. The determining explanation of detail would probably be better, but then on and the best range of text will depend on the context. Fear elements. Designed to contain an image and the figure caption is self-contained, typically references a single unit from the main flow of the document. The figure can be separated from the main flow of the document without affecting the document meaning. The figure creates a semantic association which contains fig caption, which may provide a summary of or additional information about the figure and relate the figure back to the containing document. Still needs alt text, and to prevent redundancy, this information should not be, despite being the biggest issue affecting web accessibility, we continue to see still divergent and current methods for implementing alternative text on the web should the community could more accessible place. Okay. Oh. You should follow in order to provide meaningful links. Meaningful links. 3 правила. Правильно писать href. Дальше я не помню. Правильно писать href. В описании линки. Ну, то есть не писать типа клик здесь линк или типа что-то этого, а написать какую-то информацию, что эта кнопка сделает. Что еще? Ну, то есть, да, если это файл, сказать, что за файл скачивается, если кнопка открывает новое окно, то сказать, что она открывает новое окно. Блядь, это про линки вопрос. Should you to order provide meaningful error message in forms? Ну, сказать, что неправильно, где неправильно и как должно быть. Should use an empty. Когда нужно использовать пустую alt-атрибут, когда картинка не обязательна. Когда можно спросить себя вопрос, если уберу эту картинку, чем я могу ее заменить? Если ответ ничем, то можно пустоту писать. Ну или когда это не несет никакой функциональности. Creating flexible links. Some other rules. Don't use the word link in your links. Text. No. Non specific one, which means you need to provide text alternatives. Recommend using use emoticons. So this is written the bowling. Это понятно. Keep link text concise. Конечно. Restrict the number of text links on the page. Link into downloads. Directly to downloads. Without expecting it. You don't read. So bars. Zoom. Zoom in when the user touch encompasses more than one link. Border property. Use. Current page number. Those links are underlined. should never lie. There's a line. This to me. Give me. You're using actual links. In the phone. Sure, man. They should need to be careful with, because she's there for the image button like should this not provided in the text link. A seamless line of script that could easily be replaced in this document also has image of title. To usually edit image of title to the title attribute too. There's just screenshot. Got the same place. There's some most Apple use a tool to find the broken links. Those by the most every site that it has to find an empty links like this. Only guess to read the version there all day. Think so. Nice. Given the difficulty problem from usability validation or mechanisms, while there are many methods available to ensure the validation and accessible user-friendly are covered, the following general principles should be applied. Build forms that are easy to use and intuitive, providing all necessary instruction cues and prompts. Ensure that the forms are keyboard accessible. Associate a form label and use field sets and legends to associate groups of checkboxes and radio buttons. Include necessary instructions within form label. Very special. Do not rely on JavaScript alone for form submission validation. The user of any validation errors. Use informative feedback message. Oh, use define be set in each one. Creating the user form is important to ensure that the user completes the form correctly. This can be accomplished by user searching form controls within text label, implementing field set. Это я не знаю. Field set. Я и забыл про field set. Лол. Лол, я и забыл про него. Жесть. Понял. Что за... Let me complete it. Nice. Обеденный перерыв. Обеденный перерыв. Все, скоро вернусь. Why area? In this lesson, you learn several ways to make websites more accessible. Those lessons, however, were just the tip of the accessible iceberg. We have introduced attributes that can help make websites more accessible, modifying the semantics and context of elements. Control over how elements are perceived by assistive technologies, because it can get so complicated. We're only going to cover 2 attributes that you can get a lot of use from. Know the purpose of why area, what area can do, the 5 rules of area use, understand what accessibility tree is, the 3 area attributes that can add labels to elements, what the area hidden attribute does. Stands for deep breath. The web accessibility initiatives accessible reach internet applications specification. The purpose, often referred to as just area, is to find a way to make web content more accessible when native HTML is unable to do so. Think of area as something that fills in the accessible gap left by native HTML. It's important to note that area can only modify the semantics of or context of an element. Area can't modify an element's appearance, modify an element's behavior, add focusability, or add keyboard's event handling. In use area, you will usually have to take additional steps to add in any missing semantics or functionality. Remember the keyboard navigation lesson and how I had to add the functionality to div buttons. Rules of area. Area can be extremely powerful when used correctly, but it can be equally as dangerous when used incorrectly. Because of this, you should keep in mind that no area is better than bad area, even when you have the best intentions. Has something called the 5 rules of area, which, as you may have guessed, are rules you should follow when using area. Although we don't cover all of the terms mentioned below, it's still important to understand the rules themselves, especially if you decide to dive deeper into area on your own. Always use native HTML elements and attributes over area when possible. Never change native semantics unless you have no other choice. All interactive area controls must be usable with a keyboard. Never use role presentation or area hidden through unfocusable elements. All interactive elements must have an accessible name. Accessibility tree. Before we get into a couple of the attributes available to us, it's important to note some basics of the accessibility tree is. And it will help you understand how what those attributes are actually doing. The accessibility tree is based on the DOM, something you should be very familiar with by now. While the DOM represents nodes and objects that make up a web page, the accessibility tree contains only the accessibility-related information that will be used by assistive technologies. Where it works is modifying properties of the object that make up this accessibility tree. For this lesson, we're only going to focus on 2 of these properties: name, also known as the accessibility name. This is what assistive technologies announce to user, and what separates elements of the same type from one another. The name may be set by one or more native labels, including the text content, for an element, the label element, or the alt attribute, or the name of you. Is what assistive technologies announce to a user and what separates elements of the same type from another. Be set by one or more native labels, including the text content of an element. Mm. Mm-hmm. Description, this is what assistive technologies announce in addition to its accessible name. Area labels. Area labels helps user of assistive technologies better understand the content of on the page by overriding native labels or providing additional descriptive text. Unlike the label element, area labels aren't limited to being used on only a select few elements, although they still have their own limitations. I'm just in the content on the page by overriding native labels. Additional descriptive text, unlike the label element, area labels aren't limited to being used on a select few elements. Though they still have their own limitation. You may remember being wrapped warned against using ID attribute earlier in the curriculum. The previously recap normally wants to avoid overusing ID attributes or even using it when it isn't necessary, which more often than not it isn't, and you should stick with using classes. There's several area attributes, however, that actually require another element to have an ID. When using such area attributes, you would provide an ID to one element. Так, you would provide an ID to one element that you would then pass in that ID value as another element's area attribute value. This creates a link between the elements, similar to how a label elements. For another element to have to be given an ID. Of the three types of area labels mentioned below, both area labeled by and area described by have two of the area attributes that require elements to be given an ID. Area label, they are originally the property is built tree, the best use when an element doesn't already have a native label. My first name property in the accessible tree. When an element doesn't already have a native label, when added, the string value of the area label attribute becomes an element's accessible name. However, does not have any effect on some elements such as div or spam. Can be found in the close buttons of menu or models. Instead of screen reader announcing X button, let's let a sense to the user who would announce close menu button. Another way you could use area label is on landmark elements. Once the screen reader reaches the above HTML, it would announce main navigation landmark. If you have multiple navigation elements on the page, you could give each a different area label value in order to separate them from one another, making them more understandable for screen readers users. Do not use area label to change how a word is phonetically announced. Certain words may not get announced correctly by screen reader, and you may have a temptation to try and fix this. You may end up fixing how a word is announced by a screen reader. That fix could end up making the nonsense when announced by other assistive technologies like a Braille reader. Braille reader. Mm. Area labeled by. They are relabeled by attribute to erase both the native label and their related attributes, changes in elements accessible name. Concatenated string of text, text contents, or alt attributes of the labeling elements. The great thing about serial labeled by is that not only can you pass in any number of ID references, but you can also have an element reference itself. A number element reference itself command that you can't pass in the same reference multiple times, because any subsequent references after the first will be ignored. References. You can also have an element reference itself that you can pass the same reference multiple times, because any subsequent reference after will be ignored. Labeled element. Shorts shop now button. Skimming multiple shop now buttons on a page unique for one another to provide additional context, making the page more understandable. Think about your label bias that even if a labeling element is visually hidden, either by the hidden HTML attribute or with CSS, it will still modify the accessible name of the labeled element. By the accessible name of the labeled element, this can be useful if you want to label an element for users of assistive technologies, but you don't want the element's label or labels to be visible to sighted users. Although it may work somewhat similar to the native label element, area labeled by does not have the same event handling by default. This functionality you would have to add in yourself via JavaScript. Mm, area described by the area described by attributes modifies the description property and the accessibility tree similar to the area labeled by attribute. When you use this attribute, you pass in the ID values of other elements of the area described by value, and the elements whose ID value are passed in can also be visually hidden. Right. Receive focus. A screen reader would announce password edit protected. Must be at least 10 characters long. This immediately notifies the screen reader user of any requirements for the password they want to choose anytime the input receives focus. Mhm. Hiding content from the accessibility tree. Similar to how you can visually hide elements with a hidden attribute or the display and visibility CSS properties, you can use a area hidden attribute to hide certain elements, such as the cursive images icons for them from the accessibility tree. The difference with area hidden, however, is that the elements will remain visible to sighted users. This can be especially useful when you want to add an icon inside of another element. For example, if we were to use material icons inside of a button. Mm. Так, что я залип. Both of the, for example, would look visually identical. The button in example 1 would be announced. Screen readers add and the text count on the button itself are the accessible name of a button. The button in example add this pen from the accessibility tree, so the text is added to the button accessible name, meaning a screen reader would correctly announce a button. Be careful when using this attribute though. When you give an element area hidden to all children also become hidden to the accessibility tree. The child element won't have any effect if one of its parents still have either. Careful not to give an element if it's focusable. Doing so would cause nothing to be announced when the element receives focus, which confuse users that use both the screen reader and navigate the page via the keyboards. What purpose does area serve? Чтобы добавлять дополнительную accessibility элементам, которые изначально для этого не предназначены. For things area can't do. Area can't do. Она не может стилизировать объекты. Что-то еще не может. Что еще не может? Стилизировать, менять поведение, добавлять фокус или keyboard ивенты. 5 rules of area. Использовать только как тогда, где надо. Короче, я тоже не запомнил. Всегда использовать HTML элементы, а area только когда прям жестко надо. Никогда не меняйте unless you have interactive controls must be usable with the keyboards. Никогда не менять семантику, пока нет другого выбора. Все интерактивные area контрола должны быть настроены на keyboard ивенты. Role presentation on focusable elements. Когда не используете interactive elements must have an accessible name. Окей. Accessibility 3 это то же самое. Это, короче, 3 дерева элементов, которые видит screen-reader. What are the difference between the 3 area labels? Типа describe label, area label. Area label. Screen-reader просто, когда он отнесся на этот элемент, он просто зачитает его лейбл. Просто мы как бы скринридеру говорим, как этот элемент называется, как его зачитывать. Потом area describe. Area describe. Area describe мы используем айдишники. Мы используем айдишники, чтобы писать элемент, на котором, блять. Вот это labeled by response self. Ну, короче, label by мы с помощью айдишника можем всунуть ну, название элемента из разных, короче, частей. Described by. Это мы тоже можем с помощью айдишника задать описание элемента. Hidden do. Она просто прячет от скринридера элемент, чтобы он его не зачитывал. Scenario. Не хочу это читать. Не очень хочу это читать. Another type of array attributes. Used for warning if you decide to dive. Screen readers. Что за роли? Понял. This is the page. Это так похрен, если честно. This section. audit the web page. Accessibility dev tools using the browser dev tools uses with several things, from checking the status applied to a page debugging code, but you already know that. Here's something you may not know. You can even use DevTools to look at various accessibility features as well. You can read this as sort of quick audit. You can check constant ratios, as we mentioned previously, as new radius, accessible properties, ability to rename the future. The ability of third-party tools to audit the accessibility of the page. We saw pros and cons here. We're only going to mention three. This tools by getting into a habit of auditing your page, you'll be able to track down any outstanding that you may have missed. Whether you decide to utilize one of those tools or any other addition tool you prefer, you should only focus on fixing issues related to the concepts using the portion of the curriculum for now. It's a based tool that returns a list of issues ranked by severity level. Recommend. So listen. Something like this provides research engine. The URL of the page you want to audit. We are going to the period of the page with an overlay icons on it. There's of alerts. The guys can that are placed to break. Best to check. Stay from user. Risking flexibility, pain. Pain is where you can view the accessibility tree, area attributes, and computed accessibility properties. That select the element which you want to inspect. Accessibility tab. Be hidden. Что дальше? This is composition. Rendering tab and use the new emulate vision. The efficiencies feature to get a better idea how people with different types of vision deficiencies experience your sight. You can ignore it. Just want. Сейчас. Чекан. Все, я устал это читать. Responsive design. Responsive design интересней. An important concept when you come to developing for the web. In many ways, you are already equipped to create beautiful development websites. You're going to fill in the gaps. You'll learn from design isn't why it's important. So design is term used to describe creating websites that respond to changes in browser size in order to create something that works on any device. Unfortunately, the phrase is a little bit misleading due to the word design. This lesson I'm not going to focus much on the actual design of responsive websites, but the techniques you can use to implement responsiveness on the websites. The word design refers to making a decision about what kind of things look nice, crafting user experience, and deciding exactly what a product should look like. There is some tidbits about this sprinkled throughout these lessons, but it's not the primary focus, however, since this phrase has been pretty much universally adopted. It's the phrase we'll use here. Since the release of the first, it has become a requirement that your web app should function correctly on everything from normal desktop monitors to phone screens. As you have likely discovered, this kind of responsive doesn't often happen automatically, especially once your project gets more complex than simple text on the page. The image getting cut off. So when it comes down to it, responsive web design is the techniques you can use to make your sites work on any size screen. There are always designs flexible enough that they work well on most screens, and there are ways to dramatically change the layout of your page at certain sizes, end up relying on both in most of your projects. Support. The smallest fonts in common circulation rarely get smaller than, so that should serve as a reliable lower end target. If your website works as low as with that, then it should work on any small device. The upper limit is a little harder to clarify. These days, super duper ultra wide monitors aren't uncommon, so you should plan for the possibility that your site could be viewed on some ridiculously wide monitor. Often this is accomplished by setting up max width for all of your content and then centering on the page. Your content will look fine even in super wide resolution. Expression design. Okay. Where you describe student font size with many queries. Use many queries for responsive. This is what we want to set before times or base font time. That's a real large heading. On large screen size, therefore, we first create a small heading. Use many queries to override it with a large size. Method. To make a responsive website, you use techniques that are naturally flexible and later lesson you'll learn how to completely rearrange items on the page based on the screen size. But in most cases, it's preferable to rely on tools like Flexbox and Grid to make your pages work on a wide range of screen first. You'll learn a few tips for keeping your site naturally responsive. Plain HTML with no CSS is responsive. You could resize. It's not realistic for every website you create to be as simple as plain text on the page, but it's important to keep in mind that you must, or the elements you're using to build your project are responsive until you change that with CSS. If you approach your project with this mindset and do your best to maintain this natural responsiveness, you might find that there isn't that much extra you need to do to make your site properly responsive. This is a list of tips you can use to maintain natural responsiveness. The viewport meta tag. The mobile phones first started getting the web browser. Most websites were not optimized for such more screen resolution. To get around this, most phone browsers simply simulate the larger screen and displayed a zoomed out version of the page. These days, however, we almost never want this behavior, so we have to specify that we want our websites to have to be viewed on the actual non-zoomed screen resolution. For this reason, you should add this snippet into the head HTML file in just about every project you work on. It simply sets the web page to the size of the actual screen you're viewing in it. What fixed width and height? And number one enemy flexible is that fixed width on an element. If you put width on anything, then you'll never be able to shrink below this width, which ruins your chances of getting that thing to fit most phone screens. Likewise, as again, a fixed height normally can cause an issue if the content of the element run out of the room. Obviously, the content will determine what works in given situation. Letting is a fix in many cases is replacing width or height with max width or min height. Also valid and maybe use with very content. The following example, which is how we fixed width causes our div to overflow the screen, change it to max width and watch it shrink down to fit the previous screen. Click for fork and cold pen. The viewing window button. Change on the side of the window to see. Mm-hmm. This was the problem with static heights. On full size screen, the text would um, fit inside the pink box just fine, but with the four flows, but you know, если Макс написал. Так еще. А, понял. What heights altogether in what case you should avoid setting a height altogether. There are some exception for this rule. Headers should prefer using margin and padding to increase space around your content. Will keep your element flexible no matter what the content inside does. When fixed width are appropriate. Also, there are cases when a fixed width appropriate is hard to make it in a universal rule. Generally, the smaller your width, the more likely it's fine to make them fixed. For example, you're going to benefit from using max width because you probably don't want it to shrink. Well, needs to always be, as with anything, you just need to consider your confusing statement too obvious that it sounds like a joke. Flexbox was created to enable simply using flex. And grid doesn't necessarily guarantee perfect responsiveness, but they are really helpful tools. About the make some use um, and using percentages and CSS. One of the most common misconceptions I see in this post we're using a percentage to define the size of various elements. I'm not trying to say that you'll never want to use percentage again, but as you will see in many of the places where you might want to reach for them, there is likely a better solution. Quick definition. When I say responsive, I mean is that whatever you're selling should look nice on the range of viewports and orientation that you intend to support. In most cases, that means things should look fine, everything from ultrawide monitors to the smallest popular smartphones in use. It's probably the smallest phone is still getting We use Sweetboard with if you're working on a web app that is specifically never going to be used on phones to be a little different. What I do not mean that you should look identical on every skin size. In fact, that would actually be problematic in a few ways. For example, portions of your head or footer to make content of your send look nice. But if to see a normal disk model with a perfectly readable font size would have to be scaled. Then text percentages, you probably don't want to use percentage to size things, even though it's a very common bit of advice. Later, the basic thoughts process I've seen something like, I want this thing to respond to the browser's width or height, so what I need here is to make the dimensions of my element. Those elements are already responsive. This kind of was, but it's probably not the best way to solve the problem. An issue here is that if the screen size changes, the margin to either side of the card also changes, leading to some less than aesthetically pleasing combination. Things looks nice when the margin outside of the element is either the same or related. However, the cards are parting the space between the words. This is like while the margin changes. Solution: you don't need a percentage rule to make these cards responsive. You simply remove most elements will expand horizontally to fill. The behavior is not the same. What is worse, the behavior is not the same as taking only what is a horizontal overflow in the example. Which is the so if you want to think. Понятно все. Screens because center. There's a case of user's choice, in particular using something like to make a child confident fill the entire height. Can use it as again that do not expand by default. The rule block level elements expand in line elements. Do not check here for a list of block level. As a rule of thumb, however, percentages are less useful than other techniques. So you have unevenly spaced columns in other place. Common places were done with flexible or grid. To do the math. Все и так знаем. is often creating a grid that contains within the container with the remaining space shared equally between the columns. First value read autofill. Так. Function the first value is the minimum size I want my track to be. This is the maximum. Почему стоит избегать фиксированной ширины? Чтобы когда увеличали экран, то оно автоматически отстраивалось. То есть фиксированное значение не позволяет элементу быть flexible. То же самое с высотой. To use fixed height. В футерах, хедерах, в иконках. Вот percentages. Потому что при смене разрешения меняются марджины и отступы вокруг элемента. Также элемент может начать оверфловить. Может прийти оверфлоу элемента из responsive images. Image with special care on responsive websites, the less presentive issues that arise when working with responsive images and the option you have when dealing with them. How to make your images properly when resizing them with CSS, you'll learn how to serve up different images based on the screen size. The problem you're going to face when working with responsive images is the aspect ratio or the relationship between width and height. Shrink the width of an image on the smaller screens and do not manipulate the height. When to face when working with responsive images is the aspect ratio. Shrink the width of an image on a smaller screen and do not manipulate the height, the image will appear distorted. This issue is kind of easy, and we have already mentioned in the earlier lesson. Simply don't define both width and height if an image is given a flexible width, then height is set to auto. Background size, background position, and object fit. What you don't want image to simply shrink. Background size and object fit are two properties that can provide a little more flexibility. Expressions are handled. Background position, background size are properties that work on elements with a background image. Normal image text, you will see some example specifics in the reading assignment later, but you can get quite a lot of control over display and the placement of background images by working with this property. For example, background position center will make sure the image is always centered, containing the container. Whole image background cover will reset the image so that it will always completely fill in the container. Similarly, but it is meant for image tags. Alright. Lol, даже не знал. The object property you can specify a width and height of your image and then tell the image how it is supposed to fit itself in those dimensions. The default value is fill, which simply stretches to fit the dimensions, but much like cell cover. Object fit нужно заполнить. Suppose also literally use different images for different screen sizes that gives you the most control over exactly how your image is displayed at various resolution. For example, instead of just trusting to keep the structure of a photograph in the frame, you could present a cropped version of its smaller screens. Two ways of achieving this, but the most flexible is using more about in the assignment. Это я уже все читал. To serving up responsive images HTML. Ни хрена здесь читать. When the concept is being used as well devices, different sizes. The instrument mathematics can provide devices as images. Images, let's examine typical scenario. Typical website may contain a header image. Images below. The header image will likely span all the widths of the header, and the contents image will fit somewhere inside. Here's a simple example. Should we stop? It's been no space. Image has been set. People. Images was smaller image. This I want to view the site on the narrow screen on the device. It's to take up a lot of screen height. Is equal to see faces. I want to display a cropped version of the image, which is displayed per detailed image. When the site is viewed to narrow screen, the second cropped image could be displayed Learning a problem how you want to solve different way the various layouts is commonly known as an art direction problem. Need to embed such a large image on the page of the for mobile users. Downloading a large image device can be very silly. Rainy. This image is 7 pixels with the number space tall. Graphic ideally multiple solutions available to the user web browser. There's the screens and need larger images. You might think that vector images would solve this problem, and they decision to the small file. You should use them when they're possible. However, they aren't suitable for all image types. Vector images are great. It's going to be complex to create a vector-based image with the kind of detail you will find in, say, float rest image formats such as, for example, the kind of problem didn't exist when the web first existed early. The router. In this section, we'll probably focusing on some of the problems that we want to solve. What is the identical image content? Identical image content to the device. We have with this second content image, this standard image element traditionally only lets you point the browser to a single source image. You can however use two attributes, source set and sizes, to provide several additional source images along with hints to help the browser pick the right one. You can see an example. Scenario response well. Use two attributes to provide several additional sources with hints to help the browser pick the right one. You can see an example of this. Source set, sizes. This is complicated, but they are not so hard to understand if you format them as shown above, with a different part of and each value contains a concentrated list, and each part of those lists is made of three subparts. List source set. Ну типа для 400 вот такое. The set of images will allow the browser to choose between and what size image is. Each set of image information is separated from a previous one by a comma for each one you write. Now, the brother choose between what size each image is. Image information is separated from the previous one by comma for each one we write an image file name. A space, the images in pixels. Then this uses not as you might expect an image intrinsic size is its real size. Uh, its real size, which can be found by inspecting if on your computer, for example. Conditions indicates condition. Yeah, state that the screen can be in unless the image will fill rather than providing slow, for example. You can certainly provide a width relative to the viewport. One of the percentage you may have noticed that at the last now the condition until the browser ignores. In the place the browser will look at the device width, which condition the size list and show look at the sizes. There's this is бляха. Ты чё за чел душный? Ну реально, ну такое простое написал в миллиард просто слов. But everyone sees your image in the same real world size on the screen. You can try to choose an appropriate resolution image by using with X direction and without sizes. A somewhat easier syntax you can find in Yeah, the voices is applied to the image so that we'll have width. The real works out this is displayed at the beginning. Must the images serves as source size of the device. Is standard. Need to include. This is better. Now resumes. Users want to change the image displayed. Example: web page indicates a large landscape shot with a person in the middle. When you desktop browser, when we with the mobile browser, making the person the image very small and hard to see is probably better. For the image mobile, which zooms on the person, the picture element, to implement just this kind of solution. Returning to our original um, let's fix this with picture like the picture element is wrapper and container containing several source elements that provide different sources for the browser to choose from, followed by the all important image element. Mm. Так, source media. Um, Разве це just ладно. That is the most support and write some This rap. Это хорошая тема, прикольная. А, окей. Mais is 20% thinks. A lot of prefers gate to be had. Here's images abroad there. You can do cut image weight. Go to direction. Okay. Run images. This images use the syntax. Use what? There's, yeah, it's account for a small percentage. The let brother debt. This is a lot of times the whole responsiveness or the specific layouts. Situations based on two things. Both speaks and still outside with providing multiple copies of the same image. They just pick the most appropriate one. We will know. Says the width. Let's see. Yes. Ладно, я не хочу это читать. Прикольно, кстати. Что-то они прикольно сделали. Не, это я уже завтра. А? Нет, завтра. У тебя тут видос? Не, ладно, сейчас. Все, на последнем этом. На последнем вдохе. Тут немного надо закончить. Yes, Mercury completely restyle your web project based on this of users, lessons. It's so far focused on making sure that individual layouts are flexible possible. So you will need to actually change services as well to accommodate specific screen size. So margin size screen layout, the nature of the exact change will depend on your design. You'll learn how to implement features responsive website that will great on your device. Really simple. The margin change actually below. This every single document. Also put a number to style definitions. Query. Sure. On the for example, the anarchy specifies with which can apply styles to screen resolution below. Said another way, max width query will apply. It's possible to define the main width which applies to screens that limits media query as mentioned. Well, it's possible to create an unlimited number of media queries for every possible screens. However, it's best to minimize your media query usage and rely. Just minimize the natural flexibility via layouts. Consider the second embedded example above. My cool site, it only needs one media query to accommodate all desktop and mobile sizes. No real need to create more. Requirements in the term for the screen sizes. As media query, you will find quite a lot of different opinions on what exactly your breakpoint should be. In general, it's helpful to think about other kinds of devices and the screens that you use will be using mobile phones, so usually under tablets are often between is likely to be a normal browser. Supervised screens also become more common, which means you can set without being viewed on screen wide. This does not mean that you should just start with media queries for each device. Each project is going to have different requirements based on the design you're trying to achieve. As mentioned above, try to limit your breakpoints to just what you need. With many relatively simple layouts, you can get by with only one mobile-centric breakpoint. Somewhere around more complex layouts might benefit from doing full-size layouts above and alternate tablet layout between. Well, the real takeaway here is that it doesn't really matter what you zooming. Most browser zooming in is on the web page will change the effective resolution of that page if you browse a window. Zooming it will cause the page to behave as it if the screen is smaller. Trigger media queries based on the simulated zoomed zoom can be handy for debugging issues that arise on screen that are larger than your own computer screen. confusion and breakpoints. You often see media keywords were defined with a screen keyword like so. This not sure, but it does point toward another very useful capability of media keywords changing styles based on the media type. Keyword so far has been specified intended for viewing some kind of screen. Specified screen is redundant. However, it's possible to create a different set of styles for your website when it is sent to your printer or viewed print preview mode by using the print keyword. This is not something we want to focus in our curriculum, but it may be something you may consider taking advantage of. In some cases, it's fairly common to change some colors. Display none. На самом деле смешно, что это рассказывают. Блин, что это здесь рассказывают, блин. Все, мы прочитали, мы узнали. Так что все. It's great. Right. Life feels visual. Feels doesn't matter. Accomplish. Так, но это я не буду делать проект, потому что там будет потом еще миллиард, еще два похожих проекта. Так что нет. Короче, все. Mark complete. Все, и нода наконец-то с понедельника. Нода. Найс. Все.